away, isn't that providing a public service for all the people that might unknowingly go to these places and get the food there and throw it away themselves?
Oh my God.
So it's kind of like how Jesus died for everybody else's sin. Well, we're throwing this hamburger away so everybody else doesn't have to.
You know what? And I think we should be rewarded for it financially.
I think so too. Yeah, can we get some primes in the chat? Yeah, let.
Meh. Guess I'll just do the Microsoft Store for alt. Ay, 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 mother. Fucker. Shit, I should have traded. Oh well. I don't have anything to give. Okay. Oops.
I stole what? 3 times. You in. Hold up, man. What the f you just got me kicked up? What are you in for? You up there?
Aye. Bro, 7.5 crit? I'm dead. Unless I dodge all 3. Nah, bro. I have to restart my whole character. I'll just die 3 times again. Oh, whoopsie. Hmm. Hey, Mana, Lily. How up? What else do I need? Hey. Come up. Hey. Hey.
Be careful with the pyroblast.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on. Okay, I'm the LOS dead.
Oh, he's
Run.
oh my god!
No.
How much damage did that do for you, bro?
Remember how I was like, look on this wall, because there was like spears.
Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Fuck!
That is expensive, bro. Let
Really roll.
give it.
So here's the thing, it's good for me, but it's also really fucking good for Beg.
Great for Beg.
That's a Beg angle, I think.
I'm
Congrats,
down
my
on
friend.
selling if we need the gold.
No, fuck selling it, dude. You want
I'm
to
selling it. I'll
You
share
should
it,
use
dude.
it.
You for real?
If
When
you
the
need
fuck
it.
you-
Use the fucking thing.
Dude, wear it.
Some-
That's the rule,
Put that shit
bro.
on. Slap that shit on. What in hell?
You're gonna memorize
Congrats,
stuff. What the fuck?
Yeah, buddy, dude. That's so sick. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Let's get.
Clip again.
A few moments later.
Shit, Riz, bubble
I
Riz.
gotcha. I got it.
Oh wait, that's bubble myself. We gotta go. I don't like it. We gotta go.
That's the boss right there.
Last two. Yeah.
The veteran.
tree? Get a drop group or something. Yeah, we're dipping.
Drop root. Okay.
Yeah.
You can drop off this little ledge safely. If you aim it right.
Spirit tree.
Drop right here. Yeah, fuck that, dude.
Oh shit, man.
Everybody good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't stop it. It just kills the
It
wave.
kills
What
the
happened?
wave.
I'm taking damage. Why am I taking damage? What the fuck?
Where are you?
Oh, yeah,
Are you up there?
I'm on this ledge, the same as you guys.
Is there? Oh, because there's shit.
Heal me, heal me, heal me.
Catch him.
No fucking way.
Already
Oh,
fed
dude.
What? There wasn't even a guy here.
It's the y-axis. They're below.
What the fuck happened, dude?
I'm speechless. I don't know. I was on this ledge with you guys. They're like still attacking, but they're underneath.
Oh my god, it's him!
Holy shit! Yo, one and done. One and done.
Okay, but careful, he fucked.
Alright, I'm on D.
Stay
I'm
on the
D.
rock.
He said, "How do I talk?"
Listen, please. I'm scared. I'm scared right now.
No, you chill. This is your test. You can.
I'm taunting.
Okay, but one and done.
I'm executing.
One and done.
No way! 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 No way!
Mystic. Zorak, flip. Guys, you're overtaking. Finish him fast.
He's dead.
Sorry, Grimt. I have to remove you.
That's how it's going.
Does Rock have a cloak?
Ay, señor. No me lo puedo creer.
some.
Tanks on the boss. Tanks on the boss. Watch your threat, guys. Kill the ads. That's it.
Cowbay into the corner.
More ads. Mages. Watch out. Watch out.
It's on Mayo.
If you got knockback, it's on Mayo.
Mortal Strike did 6.8k, 55 on weekend.
Did he get one shot or is it just...
Yes, I got one shot.
This had better be good. Embrace the shadow.
Whose card is eventually, please?
Vai dar tempo de fazer agora com eles também. Ah, ele contou direto, né?
Pode be locking.
Hello there.
I think it's loading. No. No.
I want you to take a look at this drone footage.
Just play it.
Yeah. And what do you notice about these buildings? This, by the way, is Guangzhou. I don't know if you know Canton. You know the capital of Guangdong.
Look at that pollution in the sky. Beautiful. Sky don't lie.
Sky don't lie. Yes. You can see the Canton Tower in the background up there if you look closely enough through the haze. What do you notice about these buildings? And then what do you notice about this next set of buildings, which I'm going to show you? This is in Shenzhen, which of course is another first-tier city. Look, fancy building, fancy building. That's like the office part of it, but then it goes into residential above, right? So, bam, residential. What do you notice about these buildings?
Look at the windows, guys.
Yeah. What do you notice, guys? I'm sure you're noticing something right now.
Look at those windows.
Anyone getting it in the comments there?
Decrepit buildings.
I mean,
caged. Bars.
Yes. I mean, come on. What are you saying decrepit? This is wonderful architecture. This is the peak of, you know,
It's actually
Chinese
the best.
architecture. No, I mean...
No, I mean, like, really, it's in the center of the best city.
This is Shenzhen, okay? Top of the pop.
Yeah, we're talking about the bars on the windows, guys.
Yes. Why do you think you need bars 30 stories up, by the way?
Why? Just
Yes.
take a while, because look at this.
This is in another city very far away.
Yeah, but look at the bars.
Yeah. Take a look.
Bars all over. Not one is missing.
Yeah.
Every single house.
Every
here
balcony, every window
has bars.
Yeah. Now, if you go downtown Shanghai, where all the Chinese skyscrapers are, of course, there are no bars on that. Okay?
But 90% of buildings in China.
Yeah, if you go around China, you'll see bars on windows. And the reason is, of course, theft. Okay? Theft is a big issue in China. And it happens to people all over the place. And, you know, they'll climb up. That's why also it's all the way at the top. They'll climb up the side of the building. They'll scale the side of the building to get in there.
Yes.
You're wondering why the 32nd floor has it, because they'll climb that high,
How about
dude.
the 22nd?
Yeah.
Definitely
Yes.
Chongqing's got
Oh,
bars.
yeah, for sure.
They got bars.
Yes, or they go up to the roof and they'll climb down. You
Yes.
know, one of the two. But they'll Spider-Man into your apartment. They're very skilled at this. A friend of mine lost a huge amount of cash he had stored in his house because of that. Here's some on the ground, on the street view. You can see the bars up on the windows. You know, the bars.
Forget
the
how
gates.
ugly most of China is. But it's a fun place. Fun
Yeah, here you can see from the inside, looking out.
The person taking the video is in the bars.
Yes.
Behind bars.
Okay. I mean, take a look. You got bars in the windows. It's very normal. And it's there. They're there because crime is a huge issue. People will steal your stuff. Theft is, you know,
it's outlandish.
It is insane. Theft is a big issue in China.
Yes.
Okay, and the reason
So,
why...
What are you getting at here?
The reason why I'm showing you all of this stuff is one of our favorite propagandists, old Flat Cat McDonald's, recently posted something rather outrageous.
Okay.
Things that only happen in China. I'm just walking in a kind of dark street. There is now one here. And look, a motorbike with a bag right there. But it's not the only one. Look at this. What?
How can someone leave his stuff just like that?
Someone left a bag with a dirty jacket in it, and she thinks it's... Anyway, that's not the end of it. Hang on. Of course it is.
Wait, is that a luggage?
No, dude. She's way too thin. Take a look at the things. Oh, a luggage? By the way, that's how people dump things in
they get rid
China.
of
They
stuff by
put
doing
stuff in a
that
bag
when
and
they
leave.
don't want
It's
it.
like gross, rotten stuff over there. Okay, but that's...
No one is around. Oh my god.
People, can I read this?
Please read this. Please read this.
I mean, because this is, and I hope we can capture how crazy this is.
Yes.
Because we lived in China,
Mhm.
and anybody that lived in China will literally die of scoff. If you could
Yes.
die of scoff,
Yes.
you'll die.
Mhm.
People leave their bags outside, and no one takes them in China. Those that show videos of crimes in China are harping on the statistical outliers. China clicks. Don't buy the hype. I'm sorry. You are regarded if you believe that. And you don't believe that.
You want to talk about statistical outliers? The fact that somebody didn't steal a bag that's got a dirty jacket in it that was left on an e-bike for 5 minutes. Which is, set up or not, it's absurd to think for 1 minute that it's okay to leave your bag on your bike.
China is the last place, perhaps, you would want to go if you're going to leave your stuff out in the open.
Yes.
America, in some of the worst areas, is 10 times better better to leave your shit out
Yes.
than China.
Because look, even China's staunchest defenders, who are like, you can walk around at night, no one's going to attack you. They're not going to say you can walk around at night and leave your phone on the
You can leave
on the
your
sidewalk.
door unlocked in your
Yes.
apartment and not have bars on your freaking windows. You
Yeah.
know, twice my wife had to literally almost kill a person because they were scaling our building.
Yes.
Right? Not she didn't try to kill us. She got,
Yeah,
get
throw-
out
yeah,
of here.
throwing
She
pop
tried to
bombs.
climb in our
Yeah.
window.
Yeah.
When I wasn't there, and then another time when I was there, I was running and the guy saw me and he ran off.
I've had bicycles stolen. A lot.
Motorcycle stolen.
Yep. You know,
2 phones, 3 phones.
I literally chained my motorcycle. I went to go have lunch with my girlfriend. I just bought her a nice bike, and I had a bike. Okay. Chained our bikes to like one of those fences, kind of like what you saw knocked over by the dog in a car. One of those fences. Double chained them. We went into the restaurant. We were having a meal. I looked outside. They were gone.
Yeah.
They were just gone.
Dude, how many of our friends lost their motorcycles?
Yes.
How many had their apartments broken in? I had a student that
Pickpocketed?
lived in a rich... I've been pickpocketed multiple times. I've been pickpocketed at knife points. I had a friend, or a student, that their apartment in a very rich area, by the way, not in one of these bad areas, in a rich area of a nice city, had his apartment broken into and his dog stolen for dog meat. They stole his pet dog.
Yeah.
And nobody thought that was weird, by the way.
I was living in the first tier city of Shenzhen. A guy drove in, went through the boom gates, because you have to get a ticket to go in, drove his little van down into the parking lot, loaded up all the e-bikes and bicycles, cut the locks, everything, and drove out with it.
Yes.
And it was all on the security camera.
Let's prove it. Because, you know, this is outlandish.
Yes, yes.
This is so crazy.
Exactly.
There are no statistics, because China doesn't keep statistics.
Yes.
So crap.
王爷，这个不能吧？这个是人家盲人。
Okay. She goes up and she's like, Auntie, don't steal these little bits of metal. They're for the blind people when they walk so they know where they're going. You know what she's doing? She's actually stealing the sidewalk. So, I mean, you know, I was going to say if it's not nailed down, it'll get stolen, but now, if it's nailed down, it will just be pried off and stolen in China.
She's stealing the sidewalk.
She's stealing the sidewalk. And so that she can go and recycle those bits of metal and get like 10 cents for the load. You know what I mean? Take a look at that.
你们这个喊啥嘞？晓得不？真的不能吧？你咋待得了上了？
Okay.
If theft is not a problem, Mr. Flatcap, and,
Yeah.
and
Oh, you can just leave your bags
you
out.
can just do whatever you want. It's totally fine, right? Then why are anti-theft posters all over the country? We went through areas that said, this is bandit country. There's propaganda posters. This is bandit country. Do not, your car will be stolen. Lock your car. They had people selling tasers and batons because of the bandits in the area, right? This was not a long time ago. When you go to areas, it says, be very careful, there are lots of pickpockets, there are lots of thieves. This poster says, basement theft protection. Try not to store valuables such as cigarettes and alcohol in your basement. It's recommended to reinforce doors and windows, install monitoring or alarm devices, and check them regularly. If any abnormalities are found, call the police immediately. You don't do this if it's not an issue.
Why do you think every week we show you a video feed of someone's living room?
Yes.
Why do you think we
Why
do
do you
that?
think they do that so they can watch it back later? They do it because thieves.
Yes, because people break in.
China is wildly bad for thieves.
Yes.
Number 2, prevent pick-off car doors. Lock.
These have been translated.
Yes. Lock the car when leaving it and check the doors and trunk to make sure no large amount of cash or valuables is left in the car. It's recommended that you install security equipment in the car. If you discover a theft, protect the scene and call the police immediately. Oh, but you can just leave your stuff everywhere, I thought.
Yeah.
Without any... Don't lock it up.
Install
Fine.
anti-theft doors and windows on your shop. Be sure to close doors and windows when you go out. Lock the anti-theft door and install a large padlock. Take your valuables such as cash and laptops home. It is recommended to install
But I
monitoring
thought
alarms.
you could just leave everything out.
No, these are the things that you see quite literally on the wall outside.
You betcha. Mushroom cap, sand core, restless fragment. Okay. Hey. Oh shit. Okay, I can trade that. Let me go first. Yes, Mark. I haven't gotten any blueprints yet. How's that even possible? Maybe only get blueprints on getting the kill. Flat HP. So low HP. Mm. +2 luck, bro.
You know, as you're walking around the city.
All over China.
Yes, prevent theft.
It's a big problem.
Yes.
Especially around New Year's.
Oh, big time. Just before Chinese New Year, it's all going to go.
Keep going. You can get these posters anywhere. There's online scams or real life theft. It's a big issue. In fact, look at this. This is in Xi'an, so a big tourist area, right? Beware pickpockets. Please keep your value. This is acknowledging pickpockets. I mean, this is a problem you have in, like, you know, usually third world countries.
Oh,
right?
it's like Oliver Twist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
And he's like stealing a pocket watch or something, you know.
Yes,
But like actually in China, pickpocketing is a huge issue. I've personally stopped about, I think it's 3 pickpockets.
I've been pickpocketed.
Yeah, I've been pickpocketed once. Something got stolen out of my bag. I had an electronic dictionary because I was learning Chinese, and it got nabbed. That was very disappointing. It was very expensive. But quite seriously, walking down the road, see somebody with tweezers in a woman's pocket pulling out a phone. I shouted
tweezers,
at them.
very, very common. That's the most common.
It's super common, okay? This stuff hasn't gone away.
No. In fact, I wanted to prove modern examples.
Yeah.
Right? Because we can show you our experience. We lived there over a decade, right?
Yeah.
But let's show you modern examples.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Flat Cap McDonald's is using one random foreigner who walked around fresh off the boat. It's like, oh, in China, people leave a bag on an e-bike. That means it's safe only in China.
It seems like a setup. I'll tell you why. I found a TikTok propaganda campaign years ago on my video series. Exactly the same video format. A guy walking around Beijing. Well, here, I know in America you can't leave your stuff out, but here in Beijing, we can leave our stuff on the e-bike. It was exactly the same type of video. I should have put it in here.
Okay.
It's on my channel.
Let's take a look then. Here's another foreigner.
Fortunately, I don't have any more footage. That is because my phone, which I was recording the vlog on, was stolen. This happened in Xi'an the evening after I'd just been to see the Terracotta Warriors, but then once I'd finished eating, I noticed that my phone and charger had both disappeared.
Yeah, so he was explaining, he sat down at a restaurant, he put his phone and charger right next to him, and then he put his backpack next to him as well. And while he was eating, someone reached over and because they saw the surveillance after it, stole it and ran off.
I want to use modern examples, though.
That is a modern example.
No. Modern. Months ago.
Okay.
That was a couple years ago.
Sure.
Let's go months ago.
That dude's video wasn't a few years ago.
Okay, I have the.
Okay, you got a link. Okay, either way, here we go. Yeah.
If you have a look here, this is 2024 07/24. Okay, this is not just security cam footage. This was a news report in a major city in China to show how good people are at stealing people's e-bikes.
And this is another thing that's a little bit interesting, isn't it? The propagandists like Flat Cap McDonald's try to pretend like theft isn't a problem, but state media doesn't.
This is state media.
Yeah.
It took him less than 10 seconds to steal this e-bike.
Yeah.
And the thing is, pause it. They went around and asked people. There were hundreds of people that were like, "Yeah, I keep getting my e-bike stolen. Yeah, my people broke in." They're like, "How do we prevent this big rash of theft?"
Here's the thing: Chinese people don't try to pretend theft isn't a problem. There's a big disconnect here.
Yes.
Because Chinese people, doesn't matter if they love China, like they think Xi Jinping is God and they love the CCP and they lick any CCP poster they see, those people will still say, that theft is a problem.
Yes.
Those people will
Oh,
still
yeah.
admit that crime, as far as their stuff getting stolen, is a huge issue, and you can't just leave stuff lying
No,
around.
that's such a fantasy.
So all Chinese people acknowledge that theft is an issue.
Yes.
But these stupid foreign
American
white
shills.
people shilling for the Chinese government try to pretend that it's not real.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It's insane.
It's absolutely insane.
Well, because that's their job.
Yeah,
Their
but I
job
mean,
is to lie on behalf of the CCP.
yeah, they're basically saying Chinese people's opinions.
Only I get to make decisions.
Yeah,
And
I
you know
get
what?
to.
Turns out those people are always the most racist to Chinese
Correct.
people. They treat them like garbage.
Oh, yeah,
they
absolutely.
talk down to them. They don't learn the language. You know, it's that type.
Absolutely.
Anyway, this one's hilarious. This
Okay.
guy, this is a few months ago. Yeah. You should play it. This guy had his helmet stolen, so I just wanted to point out, left it on his motorcycle.
Yeah.
You can't just leave stuff out. In Beijing, in a main city where there's no crime, and this guy stole his helmet and said, "Oh, I saw
he
your helmet
confronted
there."
him, yeah.
Yeah, he goes, "Oh, I just didn't want anything bad to happen."
Oh, I didn't want it to get
Tried
damaged,
take
so
care of
yeah,
it.
it's like, yeah, whatever.
This is a great example. This is this year. Hangzhou, one of the wealthiest, most developed cities in China, almost in the center of the city, by the way. Look at this.
Now you know why they put bars all the way up there.
So, Flat Cab, are these the outliers of society? Because I just showed you a main state media broadcast
Yes.
where they interviewed countless people about getting their stuff stolen.
Yes.
Video evidence of people getting their stuff stolen, scaling buildings, climbing in and robbing people.
Yeah.
And every Chinese person I've ever talked to knows that theft is a huge problem in China. So please put it away and stop lying. It's gonna catch up with you someday.
Exactly.
It will.
Yeah. Stop lying about very disprovable, demonstrably disprovable facts.
At least
You know?
make something you can't prove.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know?
So here's another dude. Dude pulls up. Oh, this is such a good clip. Can we just play it? Dude pulls up. He's stealing a basket of fruit or whatever. Okay. Puts it on his e-bike. He's like, "Yeah, I'm out of here." I don't know if it's okay. Oh no, slippery road. So dropped it all. Oh no, what's going on? Oh no, helmet falls off. Oh man, what's going on? Yeah, all right. Gonna get my helmet. Bike falls down. I think he's just like, okay, I'm out of here. This is just too much. I'm getting out of here. Car pulls up.
This is my favorite video.
Dude, okay, I gotta
Hey,
play
can
that
we
again.
see that one more time?
Yeah,
Just one more time.
It's like a comedy of errors. Okay.
He did everything wrong.
Yeah,
this thief.
exactly. So let's see. Steal.
Steal. Okay. Oops. Oh, spill.
Spill.
Okay, better pick it up. But I got
Dropped your helmet because you didn't. They never tie the strap.
No. He goes, I grab my helmet. Drops bike.
Bike falls down. He probably dropped
crap.
whatever else he was carrying. He's like, okay,
He's like, I just
gotta go. Oh, dude, I kind of love that. Isn't that
That's
just
a wet
great?
bandit, dude.
Yeah,
It's a wet bandit.
Yes. By the way, speaking of leaving things on e-bikes, here we have a delivery driver, and these guys have a hard job. I think everybody knows they're basically heroes in China. Okay, this guy's gonna go make his delivery. He's rushing around the city. He's got a tough job. So off he goes to make his delivery. Tired as all hell, been working all day. Some parent in the background tells their kid, "Go, now, do it." Runs off, steals the food that he's about to deliver to his next customer, and runs off.
Should have at least shut it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Too.
Yeah, exactly. But okay, you think you can leave a bag on an e-bike?
Yeah, right.
Come on.
That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That's the weakest propaganda. But
It's
it works because it goes
stupid.
around to like hundreds of thousands of people. Big accounts tweet it out.
People see this, they tweet it out, and they're like, China's safe and
America
nobody
bad.
gets stuff stolen.
Yeah.
Lies. Absolute, provable lies.
Yeah. They're
It's
so
like, oh,
bad.
you're sweaty and hot from
Yeah, it's like
delivering cheap food,
so
and you
bad.
come on in.
This isn't real. It's from a video game. This is the most realistic FPS ever. What I'm showing you here is real gameplay footage I captured myself on maxed out settings. This is Body Cam, and it recently released on Steam in early access. Obviously, it looks really good, but one of the things that really sells that is the motion of your weapon. For lack of a better way to explain it, it plays like a Wii game. Your weapon isn't just stationary. Once you're taken out, you turn into a drone that can also use proximity chat. So you'll fly around as a drone, flashing your flashlight at an enemy and being like, "He's over here, guys! He's on the roof! A lot of maps have a day and night cycle. At night, you can't see. It's pitch black. This primal instinct comes out where you're just kind of terrified, but if you turn your flashlight on, everybody's gonna find you. You could literally be right beside each other, and you won't know until someone passes in front of a slightly lighter area or turns their flashlight on or makes a sound. A major visual standout is a forest. This feels like you're playing paintball. It's so cool. This isn't real. It's from a video game.
We're doing a follow-up. Last week we told you about the tragedy in Thailand, where the only high-rise building that collapsed during the earthquake was the Chinese Belt and Road one, which had already been topped off, so the actual construction
was capped.
Yeah, it was capped. It was completed. Obviously, not the sides and the glass and all the furnishings.
Just to remind everyone, it was built to be a bragging piece for the Chinese government for the Belt and Road Initiative about how they can build earthquake-proof structures.
Yes, that's
And it
part of.
was the only.
Yeah, so we're actually going to show you here. Okay, so this is Chinese propaganda, Chinese performance. You know, China's performance and China's final result. Yeah. Okay, so this is a more updated picture of what it looked like. You can see the mess of steel and concrete.
And the rubber rebar.
Exactly, yeah. We weren't kidding about the rebar because it turns out it wasn't very good quality. Anyway, found this as propaganda video. We can take a quick look.
Turn it down so it doesn't copyright.
Oh yeah, that's right. So anyway, this was a propaganda video showing like how fast.
This is that building.
It is that building. How great the progress and how quick they
China's
can do
going to
it.
develop Thailand, you know.
Mhm.
Poor Thailand. China will come in and help.
Yes, exactly. We showed you this picture last time, but this is part of it, you know. Now, there's an article bragging about this on the Chinese internet, okay, on this this official website here, and it's showing everything about this building. You can see the propaganda photos. They go in depth about how this is such an incredibly good building and how it is good for withstanding seismic activity, and that's one of its strong suits, is that it's good at dealing with earthquakes, better than what Thailand has, you know. In general, this technology is so good, it's so great. Exactly. As you can see, what do you think happens to articles like this when, you know, disaster strikes?
They're put on the news and they say, "Look, we found the problem. It was a corrupt, bad government policy."
No, the article was just deleted. Yeah. And if you try to go to it now, luckily, somebody archived the article. That's why I could find it.
Excellent.
Still. And the person who originally found the article archived it immediately, luckily, because it would have just disappeared.
I recommend people usually do that. If you see something that you think is going to go away from the Chinese government, archive it.
So that article that was bragging about how it's going to be like much better at withstanding earthquakes and so on, you know, suddenly just disappeared because, of course, it was proven wrong. And that's always what happens with the Chinese propaganda, is that they promise these things. Oh, we're so good at our green technology. Look at our solar panels, are this or that.
Yeah, good point.
Everything is always like, we're so amazing. And because most of the time it's within the borders of China.
Yeah.
So you don't see the failures, right?
Yep.
And if it does fail, they just quietly get rid of it.
Yep.
But now it happened abroad,
Yep.
and it's impossible for them to cover it up, right?
Yes.
But what they're doing is their normal
Well,
tactic.
they're trying.
Yeah,
they're trying.
Their normal tactic of just removing.
I'll tell you what,
websites.
this got massive backlash when we put it out. And actually, a bunch of people have covered this, Thai people and stuff too.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's in Thailand.
Yeah.
Huge backlash from the Wu Mao bot army trying to be like, this is lie, you are lie.
Yeah.
You are liar.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, we have clearer footage of what happened. I thought I'd
this is
show
crazy.
everybody. Take the volume down. We don't need to hear it very much, but you can see it's much clearer. You can see the top of the building. It was capped off. Everything's finished,
done.
and it's done. They're just putting the glass cladding and all that kind of stuff on. The actual structure of the building is finished, and it's been finished long enough for the concrete to cure and harden and all that stuff. There's no excuses.
No.
All right. Because a lot of people were making excuses, but there are no excuses. And you know, down she goes.
Bye.
Yeah. It was the only high-rise in Thailand that fell.
It wasn't just the only Chinese building, it was the only building, period.
Yeah, the only high-rise building. You know, there's another high-rise building that was abandoned that looks worse than that in a skeletal form.
Yeah,
That was
you showed me
completed
that,
in
yeah.
1991. It didn't fall down, and it was less along than this one. You know?
Wow, that's great.
Like that guy got inside. So now the interesting thing is the very next day, some people filmed some Chinese nationals. They hopped over the fence. They went into this area because now listen, it's a disaster zone, right?
Yeah.
And by law, you're not allowed to enter the disaster zone.
It's got to be investigated and cleared.
Yes, and
checked.
it's a danger.
Yeah.
And they filmed these Chinese nationals going in and stealing files.
Basically spies.
Yeah, well, I mean, they obviously worked for the company.
And they mobilized
Yeah.
people to go get stuff.
So they went and they grabbed all the files that were there on site, like in an office or whatever, you know, and they put them in the back of a pickup truck and drove away. So they were basically making sure to get rid of the evidence.
So these Thai dudes were like, screw that.
Yeah, so
we're gonna document this.
Exactly. Some Thai journalists actually filmed them. You can see they sped away in their Hilux, which, you know, they're not very careful about what they're doing, are they? Like dropping the
it's a
files
mad
everywhere.
rush, right?
Yeah,
They're
this is like,
nervous.
it's kind of like when people are trying to shred the documents before
Yeah.
the IRS arrives. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
It's that kind of
Or
thing.
no, better example.
What?
The Houston Chinese embassy.
When they
when
were burning all the
everything.
documents. Yeah.
Yeah.
First of all, it was illegal for them to do this because you're not allowed to enter the site. But also, trying to hide evidence like this is not a good look for China.
It's crazy how they have to knee-jerk everything because they do everything so poorly and they only react when something bad happens.
Yes.
Right? Like this. They didn't expect this to fall down.
No.
They're like, no, there won't be a big enough earthquake in Thailand where our bad building quality, where we clearly cut corners and killed people.
Yes.
They're murderers.
Yes.
Right? The people that took the money, right, to cut corners on the concrete and the rebar and all this stuff because they found, like you said, the rebar quality is too low. To do this abroad in another country, they're murderers.
Yeah.
You should be tried for murder.
Well, I mean, like some of the Thai workers that were working on that building alongside with the Chinese workers and the Chinese construction people there were saying like the supports looked much smaller than they should be.
They knew.
Yeah, they were like
locals knew.
even one of the Thai like guys went and measured them and he was like, this is way too small. You know, there were no safety regulations. Workers were up there in sneakers and not wearing safety harnesses and stuff. You know, the usual type thing because there's so many corners are cut.
Yeah.
Anyway, they arrested 4 of these guys. You know.
Right.
So they're in custody, and who knows what's going to happen with that. But apparently the office of the company that actually built this thing is abandoned at the moment. No one's answering the phone, and it looks like pretty much everybody involved has run away to China.
And this is tied to the Chinese government, right?
Yes,
Yeah, right.
as you're going to see in a minute. And it's tied to something else, which no one seems to be talking about. But anyway, the Thai Inquirer put this out. They said Industry Minister Akanat Promfan, I have no idea how to say it, expressed shock after inspecting the steel used in the collapsed building. He noted irregularities but did not provide further details. The ministry has collected 6 different types of steel for further inspection, mostly from one producer. And by the way, the producer that put out the steel is a Chinese producer, of course, and it's been tied to other corrupt activities and other quality control issues where they have been falsifying what they're putting out and so on. So it's the typical thing.
Maybe Thailand will have to wake up to China's influence.
Yes.
These countries find out way too late.
I mean, China is the land of shortcuts and facades. And I mean, here it is out on display for everybody to see. And it's not within the borders of China, so they can't hide it.
I just can't believe that people, what's it called, make excuses for the Chinese government when this kind of stuff happens.
By the way, does anybody remember this?
Yes. Serbia.
This is Serbia. The Novi Sad train station.
Yeah.
What happened there?
What?
Yeah, a massive big awning, you know, collapsed, right? And this was, they basically refurbished it and they built this big new canopy, right, in Serbia. It collapsed last year, end of last year, and killed 16 people.
In fact, there have been tens of thousands of people protesting in Serbia against this. It was a huge protest because Serbia now belongs to China. In fact, I just did a ranking of countries you shouldn't go to if China doesn't like you.
Yes.
You said something bad. Serbia's almost at the bottom there because Serbia now has accepted so many projects from China that they're basically beholden to them. In fact, they have a joint police force now.
That's insane.
So the Chinese police are, remember we talked about Chinese secret police stations?
Yes.
They just have public ones
Yes,
there, right?
yes.
They're actually walking side by side with Serbian cops. And the Serbians are furious. They didn't want this to happen. They don't like the Chinese government.
No.
Serbians have reached out to us countless times now. They're some of the most passionate people we met.
Yep.
And they're like, I can't believe what's happening in my country. It's overtaken by China. So these people were furious about this when this happened. That was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, I mean, there's something else that you're going to have to know about this, okay? First of all, the Chinese company refused to check stability when they just poured extra concrete. They didn't do it to the right specs. They just didn't pay attention to safety standards, which is kind of normal.
Yep.
But I'd like you to pay attention to something. The Chinese company, which is the China Railway International Corporation, is a subsidiary of the China Railway Group Limited.
Good find.
So you know how a subsidiary works, right? You've got your main company, the China Railway Group Limited, and this is one of their offshoots, basically, their subsidiary.
And the Chinese government has a golden share in the Chinese Railway Group.
Absolutely. I mean, what's happened is the China Railway Group has been in charge of a lot of construction projects within China, but now they're kind of run out. So they're scrambling for projects all over the world, and they're doing these BRI things.
They've done stuff in Africa.
Yes, of course. This is the main sort of BRI builder. So let's look at the skyscraper that collapsed in Thailand. Guess what? It was built and topped by the China Railway No. 10 Engineering Group, which is also a subsidiary of the China Railway Group.
Is it a subsidiary or is it under supervision?
Subsidiary.
Oh, interesting.
If you go look. So what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with the same company.
Yeah, good find.
Going around the world, completely different parts of the world here.
Yeah,
you know?
True. Europe and Asia.
Killing people because they're crappy construction firms. Stop trusting China to build your infrastructure.
It's ridiculous.
Okay?
To even consider it's insane.
I mean, here's the thing. If that earthquake hadn't happened, it would have gone ahead. The building would have been good enough to stand with substandard rebar in it, substandard concrete, substandard safety measures, all that kind of stuff, right? Because corners are cut. And look, to be fair, when it comes to these projects, when it's down on paper, there's nothing wrong with the designs.
No.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with the proposals. If they say, we're going to build it to this spec and all that kind of stuff, that's all good. The problem is when you've got a Chinese company that's constructing it, shortcuts are going to happen. And unless you're there 24/7, eagle-eyeing every single thing, and not willing to take a kickback, it's going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to use Snickers bars as rebar.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have a foreman, or you're going to have a manager who's taking a kickback, who puts in like substandard
China, you'll have
stuff.
a three-man.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah,
Cut
totally.
corners. You lose one of the men.
Yeah, that's a good way to say. Anyway, what I'm saying is you cannot trust the quality. There's no proper quality control with Chinese construction.
David has a great point here.
What's
David
that?
Lopez says it's a national security issue.
Yeah.
It is. Like, and I'm not talking about America. I'm talking about any country.
Yes.
Right? America's not doing BRI projects. But if your country, and let's say you're in Hungary, or these countries that are courting China at the moment, Greece, you gotta be vocal about this.
Yeah.
because you don't want your country's infrastructure to be built where 2 years later it collapses and kills people.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Is like if the earthquake hadn't happened, it would have been completed.
Wouldn't know.
Okay, and it would have had all the cladding on it. It would have looked all nice. It was a government building, by the way, so you would have had big parts of the Thai government in this building. You would have had a lot of people in there. It would have been packed to the brim with visitors and office workers and who knows what else. And then when the earthquake hits, everyone would have died.
I'm still having a hard time justifying how people are defending this government.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Yeah,
When
crazy.
faced with reality, right? They'd rather hide for them.
The Belt and Road Initiative is this disgusting.
It's imperialism, dude.
Yes, but they put such poor quality infrastructure.
It's bad imperialism. It's like
Yes.
the worst kind of imperialism.
If you go to
It's team imperialism.
yeah, if you go around the world where there are old colonies from European colonies, you'll find old buildings that still stand. You'll find
Bro.
railway tracks that still work.
There's old
from
stuff
hundreds
in
of years ago.
poor countries that are still standing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Try and go in 100 years to any of these places where China set up anything.
That's what I was talking to you. I don't want to dwell, but like we were talking about this the other day, like that Xiong'an new district they're building, right? It's supposed to be done in like 2030 something, 2035, 2039.
Yeah.
Why are you building structures in there right now? Because they will rot in 2 or 3 years.
Correct.
Like you shouldn't be building anything right now in China that nobody's living in because it's not going to exist anymore.
No.
It literally crumbles.
Yeah, it will. Anyway, just wanted to say that those two incidents are connected. And I don't know why more people aren't pointing this out. The fact that the train station collapse that killed 16 people in Serbia, and this Thai building collapse, which also killed people, by the way. We don't know the full extent because we don't know the numbers. They're still actively doing rescue operations. Apparently, there's still some signs of life. I don't know.
Yeah, and prayers
At
for
least-
the people that are affected. This
yeah,
is
exactly.
rough.
It's the same. You're dealing with the same situation. So if you're going to go and employ them to do stuff in your country, you're an idiot. You know.
Agreed. They're
It's
so
like, oh,
bad.
you're sweaty and hot from
Yeah, it's like-
delivering cheap food,
so
and you
bad.
come on in. You know.
No one's, let's just say, no one's jostling one loose when they watch these. You know what I mean? You have to have ASMR. You have to have fixing. You have to have organizing. You have to have a pretty woman. What was it? To stand in the absolute smog and dance it out. Oh, and then she goes, oh, here, you know. So listen to you and drink some water. Okay, so this is something I found funny.
Yes.
This is a library.
Now, how often do you see this picture? I've seen footage from this library all over the place, and it's one of those things you constantly see on like top 5 lists or whatever. It's
Yeah.
like, look at this amazing library in China type
Well,
thing.
I thought the comments were really like really good to figure out what's going on. But what I wanted to point out here is that if you, without the comments, how do you get a book out of here? You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like
Well,
I want something from that top shelf up there.
I think they're supposed to have letters and stuff there.
She's on a ladder, right? Is there a ladder that goes all the way up there? You're literally gonna die if you fall off.
Sure.
It's not an efficient way to have a library. Now, the point that I wanted to make here is that I made a bit of a joke. I also screwed up and didn't put one in there, but it said it's a very stylish way to read Xi Jinping thought. Because there's no books you can, if you were interested in international topics, China, there's no books about that, right? Everything is, I shouldn't say value is censored, but like most interesting stuff is censored or not available.
Yeah.
So you have this library, and it turns out this person wrote, I was just there. Everything above where she is standing is a sticker. You can actually see that to death.
I mean, that's the thing. They're not even books. It's just wallpaper. You know. So, and it's apparently just copied and pasted, so it's the same thing over and over again, which is something that we're used to. You know,
Yeah.
when they do those tourist villages, you know, I just recently, my video, if you haven't seen it, spoke about, you know, you go to these minority areas and then, you know, do it up and make it look kind of like what it used to look like, make everyone dress up in their traditional clothing and wander around. Remember when we went to Genuine and I pointed it out to you that time, like, they have like wallpaper now. So instead of bricks, because it's too time consuming to build the building out of bricks, right?
Yeah.
So they just make a concrete building.
Right.
Because it's easy, you know, you just put up the wall, you just
Sure.
screed it up. Then they put wallpaper that looks like bricks on top. Or sometimes they paint the bricks. You know, so fake bricks. It's the same kind of idea here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Country Alliance.
Yeah.
This is police notice. That someone getting arrested, and I just love this for the people that constantly think that they have some sort of freedom of speech in China. Yes, an arrest notice for somebody in China who posted stuff to the foreign internet.
To the foreign
Which
internet.
is now being cracked down on even
It's
more.
called the foreign internet, yes.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, that's what I'm calling it.
Sure.
But, so it's outside of the Great Firewall.
Yeah.
So before, what you'd get is like people that would do that to support the government. Those people are left alone. But if you do anything to go participate, you know how these people say, oh, VPNs are legal in China.
Yeah, nonsense.
Actually, you can do whatever you want on the internet in China. You just have to know how to get around the Great Firewall, but you won't get punished for it.
Yeah.
Bullshit. People get arrested all the time for this.
Yes.
And it's happening more and more these days. So if you go out there and you post a comment on Twitter or on Facebook or on YouTube and you say, yeah, I have a problem with freedom of speech here in China.
Yeah.
I don't support Xi Jinping. You get arrested.
Yeah, that's true. It's no good. You know, it's weird. Somebody in the comments there was asking why they're called 50 centers. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. It comes from the rumor that there are actual paid parts of the Chinese government. It's like a whole big centers set up where you've got people sitting in these big rooms, all on a computer, and their whole purpose is to change the narrative and to shape the narrative when it comes to China overseas. So if somebody posts, let's say, a news article or a YouTube video that's critical of the Chinese government, their job is to go there into the comments section and try to debunk that content and basically point it towards China being good and whoever posted the thing being bad. So they either go and insult a bunch of people, they go put a lot of disinformation in the comments, they'll do whatever they have to do. And the rumor was that they get paid 50 Chinese cents per comment that they write. Of course, that's not really how it works. They get paid a proper salary and all of that. But, you know, that's why they're called the 50-cent army. Just to...
Okay, yeah, thank you. Good. All right, move on to the next one.
Yeah, let's move on to our next slide, which is actually...
This is where we celebrate
Lithuania. Okay, tell us who he is.
So this is a lawmaker in Lithuania. So if you guys don't know, Lithuania is a small country in the Baltics. Very, very beautiful part of the world. I actually really gel with like Estonians, Lithuanians, that sort of area. They're fairly quiet, but like confident and reserved people. I think they're awesome.
Yeah.
Point being, they used to be part of the Soviet Union. They do not take kindly to bullying and authoritarianism because they themselves stood up to the Soviet Union and really, really put a black eye in their face, to be honest. So that kind of spirit is still alive when the CCP is trying to bully Europe into their bidding, and they say absolutely not. Yeah. So what do? They're getting closer and closer to Taiwan. They've opened up offices in each other's countries.
And they keep getting threatened every single time. The CCP and the Wolf Warriors go out there like, you're crossing a line, you will regret this.
The red line.
Yeah, all this kind of nonsense every time. Yeah.
So a lawmaker here went after Hu Xijin. Well, actually, I shouldn't say went after, just replied to him. Hu Xijin is a state media douchebag in China.
Hu Xijin is the editor of the Global Times.
Yeah.
Okay. Global Times is the English language Chinese state media, basically. It's a newspaper.
Not
but
for you.
It's kind of a tabloid newspaper, but everything that's written there and everything that's said coming out of the Global Times is sanctioned by the Chinese government. It is their mouthpiece. So what did he say?
So they're very angry at Lithuania getting involved with Taiwan. So he says, how much did you spend to invite these low-end European political actors? Poor Taiwan. Not sure if these people would buy some unsaleable pineapples of the island with the money paid by Tsai. We have to break this down.
Yes.
So China got super pissed off at Taiwan because they basically blocked the Taiwanese pineapples, right?
Yeah.
And Taiwan said, well, you can't block our pineapples. We'll just sell them to other countries.
Yeah.
And everyone around the world like banded together and bought Taiwanese pineapples to support democracy and to support Taiwan. China
Yes.
got freaking pissed off.
And remember, they blocked the
lied.
pineapples because they had stolen the pineapples and they were growing them in mainland China.
But they lied and said the ones coming from Taiwan didn't pass the the health regulations.
Exactly. Some
Bullshit.
crap like that.
So anyway, everyone goes to like, we love Taiwanese pineapple. Barbra Streisand effect blew up in their face. Everyone started to talk about Taiwan.
Yeah.
So this guy brings that back into this.
Yes.
He also completely degrades Lithuanian politicians by
Yes.
saying they're low end, right?
Yes, low-end European political actors. So he got replied by this lawmaker from Lithuania.
Yeah.
Says, she is sending his clowns to attack us. And he put a clown emoji. We should call China the People's Republic of Comedy.
I absolutely died. It made me want to move to Lithuania.
It's amazing. I mean,
why
to
can't
be able
our
to,
politicians have the
yeah,
balls
exactly.
to do
Just
that?
to like head on, because if you look at the absolute absurdity, and here's where things are starting to even out a bit. When China, these wolf warriors, and when people like Hu Xijin, when they interact with the rest of the world, they use the most ridiculous
Yes.
language, the most undiplomatic language. It's insulting, it's childish, it's ridiculous, and they just throw it out all the time, and they never get it in return.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the world is too bloody nice and diplomatic to behave in such a childish, disgusting
They act
manner.
like little babies.
They do all the
Bully
time,
babies.
all the time. And
Imagine
so,
if a baby was huge.
yes,
Like, you know, in like Spirited Away.
yes,
It's that.
it's that. Yeah, bully baby.
Yeah.
So anyway, the fact that he can just go out and call them like the People's Republic of Comedy and of Clowns is great, because it's now you're on the same playing field. All
Go to
right?
the next
Yeah, and
slide.
the next slide's even better.
Oh my gosh, he's in the government office here in Taiwan.
Yeah,
He
and he's
goes,
like,
the editor of Global Times News, that's the Chinese state mouthpiece, says Lithuanians don't want Taiwan's pineapples. Fake news. I'm Lithuanian, I'm in Taiwan, and I want a pineapple.
I know. He posts a picture of him holding a Taiwanese pineapple. It's
Oh
ridiculously
my gosh,
good.
This guy is the
Yeah.
man. I want to have this guy in the show.
Yeah, I know. Isn't this great?
Oh,
I mean,
it's so good.
this is just the best thing ever, because that's calling them out and at the same time just disproving their absolute crap.
Yes.
You know, so sick and tired of this loudmouth bully going on and on and on all the time. It's about time people stand up to China and the Chinese government, you know.
Republic of Comedy.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. But this is what the world needs to do. It shouldn't just be little countries like Lithuania, which in my mind is now the biggest country in the
Yes.
world.
Yeah.
Okay? What we need is we need the whole of the European Union. We need the whole of the free world to stand up to China's bullying, because that's the thing. If China would behave, and when I say China, of course I'm talking about the CCP and all of
Sure.
its representatives, if they would behave maturely and diplomatically and properly without all their bullshit and blustering and all their threats and their insults and all the other stuff that they throw out, the rest of the world would treat them well.
Yeah.
But it's about time that we stood up to them.
When
and
you act like a little bitch,
Yeah.
expect to be treated like
yeah,
one.
they need a bloody nose. You know, it's reached that time. You know, that time when that bully has just gone over the line.
Yes.
It's
And
ridiculous.
it's so shameful to me that the Chinese people have to. This is the representation of them.
Yeah.
And that's so unfair. My friends in China are getting represented by Hu Xijin and Hua Chunying and
Yeah.
Zhao Lijin.
These pieces of
They don't
shit.
act like that.
No.
They don't agree with that.
No.
But they have to get represented like that, and that's what's unfortunate.
And they're also represented by the worst group of disgusting foreigners that you could ever find.
Not to mention the foreigners that get
Yeah.
all the press. We're talking about the Westerners in China.
It's
that
like
get
the
paid by
dregs, the absolute
Yeah.
bottom of the kind
the
of people that,
fantasy land
yeah,
people.
the kind of people you would not want around your children. Okay,
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right.
Anyway,
That's
ridiculous.
another story for
Yeah,
another time.
yeah, exactly.
Wow, I feel
Yeah.
that makes me feel wicked bad for Chinese people is
Yeah.
the representation they have.
Yes, and they're not allowed to have their own voice. They have to be represented by these absolute clowns. Dude, does that look comfortable to you?
In fact, this is the most dystopian nightmare of non-reality that you can't do.
Yeah.
I think it's mushrooms mixed
Which
with
doesn't make it better.
Slices of grapefruit. We have the lamest YouTube names.
We do.
Ever. He is not the victim.
But he's a flowery public thing. Means you have a lot of space to go take a dump in the back there. We've got nice questions. Okay, pleasant questions. In the black bag, we've got nasty questions.
How would you explain? how would you explain your kinkiest impulse to your grandma without her disowning you if she were alive?
Wow.
Yo, Nate. Hey, man. Okay, order. How many points do I have? Or 6. Let me see. Where's the Covenant art? Uh-oh, I took the wrong one. Sundry. One, two.
Unfortunately, absolutely horrible earthquake. What was it? 7.7, I believe.
Yeah, and it happened in Burma, right?
Yeah,
So,
and Thailand.
yeah, so Burma got the brunt of it.
Even parts of China,
Even
Yunnan.
parts of China, Yunnan, yeah, because they borders Burma.
Yeah.
But this building in particular made the rounds you play it.
Yeah, so, okay, we wanted to show you, this is a building that is obviously still under construction. The main structural part of the building is up.
So, the tons of architects started pouring in the comment sections of all these things. Experts were called in. They said, in no way, shape, or form, under this earthquake, even though it was huge, should this building have fallen down.
Yeah.
Which makes sense when you see the other side.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Let's have a look at that. This is the thing. And you're like, why are we showing Thailand? We'll show you in a second.
Yeah.
This is really poetic, like, when you think about China's imperialism around the world.
Yeah.
Turn it down a little bit.
Sure.
Just
You don't
have a
like to
little-
hear the
No, I mean, I just think
shouts
it'll
and
probably get
screams.
a little much. Look at that cloud coming in. Isn't that crazy how fast that was?
Yes.
And people died.
I just want to point out that, look, the building structures there, they've already started to
Yeah.
put the cladding on.
Got
Okay?
rebar.
Yeah, I mean, like the actual glass outside cladding is already being put on the building. So that means that means the main structure of the building is complete.
Yes.
You know? Down she comes. I mean, that must be crazy. Run. Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly scary.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah. Also, like, look at the crappier buildings in the foreground. They're totally
fine,
okay.
right?
Mhm.
They didn't fall. And tall buildings too, which we'll
Yeah.
show you in a second.
Oh, I mean, this was insane.
But you know what wasn't insane?
What? This
was the proof of who built this.
Yes. So I'll get us out of there for a second so you can see.
Warmly celebrate the successful completion of the main body of the Audit Bureau Office of the China Railway 10th Engineering Group Limited Thailand project. You know what this is? It's the Belt and Road Initiative. China's
BRI.
neo-imperialism around the world that goes and builds shit structures, pardon my language, shit infrastructure projects, and gets these countries to be in debt to them for the rest of their existence.
The way they do it as well is horrible, because what they'll do is they'll come into, say, for instance, an impoverished African country and say, listen, we're going to help build schools and railways and all this kind of stuff for you.
Oh, no.
And it's going to be great because it's going to make local jobs and, you know, it's going to be good for the economy and all that. Once it's all signed off on, they actually end up not creating any local jobs because they bring in cheap labor, like slave labor from China.
Correct.
Make them live in horrible conditions, forced to work 24/7, you know, doing these long shifts, building this stuff. They build it to very low quality. By the time all is said and done, the African country now owns millions or billions in debt, and they have a crap project that doesn't last long, starts falling apart, never really worked in the first place, and didn't create local jobs.
When you said it well. When you have buildings being built in Asia, you want to hire the Japanese because they care about quality.
Correct.
Number 2,
or the Koreans.
Oh yeah, okay. Any country other than China.
Pretty much.
Because at this point, I mean, you could make an argument that Chinese buildings are so advanced they deconstruct themselves.
Sure.
But anyway, they're like globally sustainable, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, jokes aside, I'm tired of joking about this because I don't know when the world is going to wake up, because this happens all the time.
Yep.
And it seems like whether it's in Serbia, in Africa, in Thailand, in Laos, in Montenegro, we can rattle these off, right?
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. And every time we see some sort of massive infrastructure failure, like the in Addis Ababa, like the metro, right?
Yeah.
All of these massive projects fall apart, don't work, don't pay themselves off, or are not completed.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka, right? I can name these off all day.
Can you look up? Can you check if it was Zambia where the river got completely destroyed? You just say like Zambia River. Because this
there
is
was one
new.
in Montenegro, right? Yeah.
So,
That's-
Chinese mining operation dumped chemicals into the river, which corroded and destroyed a dam.
It was actually acid. It was an acid spill.
Yeah,
You heard
and
an oil spill?
Yeah, it's an acid spill. Destroyed a dam, which then spread until it killed the river. Just killed it, like overnight.
And I'm not talking about the drug that makes you see stuff
No,
on the wall.
like actual acid. It's dangerous to put your trust in Chinese construction.
That's my point. Is I could rattle this off all day. I'm tired of making these PSAs. I just don't understand the appeal, other than local corrupt politicians that cannot. They just want the Chinese money.
That's it, and that's always in Africa. That's what it always is.
You know what you get when you have a Chinese building? It falls down.
Yeah.
All right. It falls down. Your dams burst. Your acid spills.
Yeah.
Your
Your,
rivers
your
are polluted.
environment is destroyed.
Yeah. Your fish are gone.
Think about it this way: if China doesn't care to.
Pretty much got everything now, I think. I'm not sure what else I need. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Oh, my back itches. Hey. I'm lagging so much on this fucking Microsoft Store Roblox. What the fuck? I have 3 points, nice. More luck. When harvesting plants, I don't really need that. Essence, surprise. Let me see, more health. And region is also nice. Third right offshoot. The yellow inside battle region. So I only have one blueprint. Okay.
and destroy its own environment?
country.
Why would it care about your
It's like in
environment?
Star Wars, the Hutts, right? They
Yeah.
polluted their own planet and had to go elsewhere and do pollution, right? You'd think your own, you know, for this master like empire or whatever, you're gonna keep your own place very pristine.
Sure.
That's what China used to do,
I
right?
mean, we showed you the pollution guy last time with the,
Yeah.
you know, the trash in the ocean and all that.
Yeah.
If China, you know, none of the water is drinkable in China anywhere in the country. I'm not talking about Flint, Michigan. I'm talking about the entire country.
Yes.
This huge country. Not one area, go north, south, east, west, can you find drinking water that you can drink out of the faucet. Not anywhere.
No.
They've destroyed the land where the majority of the land is contaminated. Why do you think they would care about your African country or your Southeast Asian country or whatever country it is?
True.
You know, it just doesn't
However,
make sense. What?
You choose China, you do get chemical fire waterfalls.
True.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that clip last week?
Yep.
Anyway, they had the great unveiling that had a rock quote on it. It says Datsi.
yes.
That's the rock tried to see.
So here's a little insight into some of the things you might find in Chinese construction.
Like why? Like maybe why this happened.
Yes.
Let's
Like
look at
fake
that.
rebar.
Guys, this was a new clip, by the way.
Yeah.
Pause that real quick.
Yeah.
The rebar is
this was not in that building, by the way.
D-bar.
Yeah.
You can debar this rebar. No, I'm saying
Yeah.
this is the kind of stuff
this is
you
the
find
kind of
in
thing you
China
find. Fake
in building
bricks,
materials.
Yeah. Because there's a lot of shortcuts. China's the land of shortcuts and facades. And if there's a way to make money, there's going to be money made by like taking shortcuts, putting in some substitute for an expensive building material.
That's crazy. I'm looking at chat right now. People find this insane. Like they find that rebar insane. We see that and we're like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
course,
Like,
yeah.
we lived in China for 10 years. Of course it's like that.
We just wanted to show you some of the other massive buildings during this earthquake. In Thailand, there are a lot of these buildings that have swimming pools on top because, you know, Thailand's got a big tourist industry. A lot of guys, you know, go there and do their nonsense and, you know, go to the beaches and whatnot, right? So you've got a lot of swimming pools. It's quite fascinating to see all the swimming pools spilling. But this bridge, that's connecting the two skyscrapers.
That's like the bridge podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Just
quality.
Yeah, exactly. yeah, good. That was I mean,
this is crazy to see. Would you want to be on top of that building? Imagine seeing that all the earthquakes happening while you're on the top.
It's terrifying. Yeah, everything about this whole situation is terrifying. Earthquakes, natural disasters, horrible. Yeah, but it seems like it's only the Chinese building that fell down.
That's what I find fascinating, is that you have all these other buildings in a relatively poor country that stand and they do not fall.
Yes. Look, other buildings, you saw that one over there. That was another building under construction. It didn't fall.
Chinese building, BRI building. And I'm not surprised at all. Are you?
No.
Not even in the slightest.
No.
In fact, it would be weird if the Chinese building didn't fall. You know what I mean?
At this point.
At this point,
At this
yeah.
point. But yeah, anyway, like it's still a horrible disaster. I know there's still rescue efforts happening.
Yeah.
And I would just really hope that as many people can be saved are saved.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Dude, does that look comfortable to you?
In fact, this is the most dystopian nightmare of non-reality that you can't do.
Yeah.
I think it's mushrooms mixed
Which
with
doesn't make it better.
Slices of grapefruit. We have the lamest YouTube names.
We do.
Ever. He's not the victim.
But he's a flowery public thing. I mean, she had a lot of space to go take a dump in the back there. We've got nice questions. Okay, pleasant questions. In the black bag, we've got nasty questions.
How would you explain your kinkiest impulse to your grandma without her disowning you if she were alive?
Wow. right next to the restaurant, or maybe he was sitting in the restaurant or something.
Yes. Well, no, he works next to it.
Okay.
So if you work next to the restaurant, you notice that the delivery driver is picking it up, so he gets a free ride. He goes,
Oh.
"Hey, you're gonna deliver this to my house."
Oh, interesting. So yeah, can I just get a ride back?
With his food.
Free taxi.
It's a free taxi. Kind of cool.
It's clever, but I hope he gives him a tip because adding that extra weight's gonna drain the dude's battery more.
I would hope so.
You better give him a tip.
I would hope so.
Yeah, but that is quite an interesting idea. Think about it. It's like I know this one scumbag who, whenever he buys a car, he buys like broken cars, and then he pretends that he's broken down and calls the AA and says, "Oh, I broke down. Can you
Calls
fetch me?"
Alcoholics Anonymous. That's
Triple A,
fine.
sorry, you know what I mean. He's like, "Oh, I broke down. Can you come fetch me?" Meanwhile, he's just bought a broken car.
To bring it to the mechanic.
to bring it to his house.
Oh.
Rather than pay for a tow truck.
Oh, so he like registers it all on his app or whatever.
Yeah, no, he's like, "Oh, my car broke down." And he's like, guy turns up, there's literally like a car without an engine in it or whatever, but he'll be like, "Oh, it broke down."
Oh, the engine flew out.
Yeah, exactly.
Dang.
I'm not really on board with that, to be honest. Yeah.
Do I know this person?
Yeah, you do. I'll tell you later. Anyway, changing gears here.
Okay.
I would like everybody to try and take a guess as to what is inside these green buckets over here, because you can see this woman is taking whatever's in the green buckets and throwing it all over the police.
And these are not just normal police; these are riot police.
Yes, riot police.
So they have responded to an incident where people will be disappearing because that means there's a uprising against something that they don't want.
I'm just curious what people think that could
Yeah, let's have a
possibly be.
little yes.
This is happening in the Hawaii of China, by the way, as it's called. Mm-hmm.
Don't call it that. Come
Yeah,
on.
I know.
Come
It's an insult to Hawaii. Anyway.
I'm gonna read it.
Okay.
Manure, horse manure, Chinese wine, manure, dung,
Well, I mean, they're kind of
Fertilizer.
right.
horse piss, AIDS. Whoa, guys.
Oh, dude, relax. I like how this guy takes a bucket of it and he's going to you know what that is? It's human feces.
That's human poop.
Yes.
They're throwing their own poop.
Yeah.
In fact, our previous thumbnail, which we A/B tested with our patrons, you guys helped us choose.
Yeah, on the Discord server.
Shout out to you guys if you want to be part of that. Join our patreon.com/ABpodcast. But what we did was we actually originally made it was like they're throwing their own poop at the police because it's true.
It's night soil.
Night soil. Can you explain night soil?
Night soil is basically,
It's not. I promise, it's not a synthwave band.
No, it's not. Yeah, if it was, I wouldn't listen. Okay. Night soil is basically when it's human feces used as fertilizer.
Yes.
Okay, so in the rural areas, the farmers will urinate and defecate in their fields in order to add fertilizer. Okay, because you don't see a lot of cows around there, do you?
No, just those
Water buffalo. So when it comes to fertilizer, the easiest thing to use is your own poop and pee, which is what a lot of the Chinese farmers use.
Made a video about that myself. Said my Chinese parents-in-law want my urine or something.
My Chinese parents-in-law try to tell me that I have to urinate on my flowers and stuff, to give them nitrites or whatever. I'm like, no, I'm not going to go in my garden and piss all over my plants. Thank you very much. Yeah. Especially vegetables or growing vegetables. I'm going to eat that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry.
Well,
maybe it's
when
just
it's growing season, I'm going to come over and see.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so what's happening is they were growing betel nut, okay?
Yes.
And
What is
some
betel
other
nut?
crop. Betel nut is like a mild stimulant.
It's a very addictive drug, and
Yeah.
I would hardly call it mild. It really F's you up
Okay,
for
so-
about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a stimulant. And it's very popular in many Asian countries.
Especially Hainan.
Yeah. And what happens is people chew it, and it gives you a high, and it's kind of like speed. It keeps you awake. So taxi drivers, truck drivers love it.
Makes you real dizzy too.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound very safe, does it?
No.
Anyway, it's very popular, and it's a cash crop. You can sell it for quite a lot,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So
yeah, that's true. Like if you did it pound for pound, it'd
Yeah.
go for a lot of money.
So all these farmers are growing betel nut, and then the local government decided, okay, we're just going to take the land where you're growing the betel nut because we want to do something with it.
Yeah, betel nut's not illegal, by the way. I don't want people to think they're doing
Oh no, no, it's totally legal.
Totally legal. Anyone can buy it. Yeah.
But the government just came along like, we're taking your land and we're going to destroy your crops because we want to use the land for something else.
And you can imagine they weren't too happy. No one got hit with that. So
Yeah,
stop.
yeah,
Chill
relax.
the F out. Come on.
Yeah. So
It was a poop war.
There was a poop war. So basically, because they've got their fertilizer there anyway, their night soil for the beetle mat, they started throwing it on the riot police to basically stop them from destroying their crop. Of course, it didn't work.
My favorite thing about this, well, I should say Lisa, they have a SWAT team there, by the way.
Yes.
My favorite thing about this, well, least favorite thing is the people that did this are gonna disappear.
Yeah.
They will be, you won't see them. Number two, my favorite thing about this is that these people have their crops, have their stuff, where they have to live off of this. This is subsistence farming, right?
Yes.
Subsistence farming.
Subsistence, yeah.
They have to grow these crops to stay alive.
Yes.
And the government goes, we're gonna have this now.
Yeah.
We're gonna have all this land. It's ours anyway.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important to understand the distinction between China and America and other countries. Like the ability to own, whether you own land or not, is a different story.
Yes.
But the ability to own land is incredibly important.
Yes.
China, you cannot own one slice,
No,
not
you
one
can't
grain
own-
of sand.
You just can't. Why do you think there's so many illegal, marijuana grows run by Chinese illegal immigrants in Oklahoma?
Right.
Because, you can buy the land.
Right.
It's just one of those things. But yeah, it's very unfortunate, and there is no recourse. That's the problem. Their land was taken, their crops were destroyed, and they can't do anything about it.
No.
All they can do is throw poop on the cops and hope that they leave them alone, but of course that never happens.
There's absolutely screwed around it.
Yeah. Dude, does that look comfortable to you?
In fact, this is the most dystopian nightmare of non-reality that you can't do.
Yeah.
I think it's mushrooms mixed
Which
with
doesn't make it
slices-
better.
Slices of green. We have the lamest YouTube names.
We do.
Ever.
He is not the minister, but he's a flowery public face. Means she had a lot of space to go and take a dump in the back there. We've got nice questions. Okay, pleasant questions. In the black bag, we've got nasty questions.
How would you explain your kinkiest impulse to your grandma without her disowning you if she were alive?
Wow.
Yeah, this is very. I mean, it's cool in that like go USA.
Okay.
In fact, Pete Hegseth, I believe, has visited with President Marcos in the Philippines. Great visit because it seems like the U.S. is going to continue their support of our support of the Philippines. Very important because this missile system, which doesn't have missiles yet, it's just the system, is a bit of a leverage chip for the Philippines because if China plays ball, they can remove it. If they don't, let's look at a map of where this would cover.
I'm excited to find out like all the follow-ups on Signal.
Stop.
What?
Let's look at this.
Okay, sure.
Stop. Get out of here.
I have like I'll be checking my group chats.
Get out of here.
Shut up. I'm being serious.
Philippines. Here. See this?
Sure.
See that circle around the Philippines? You see that giant radius?
I do.
See where that goes?
Yes.
Quite literally all of China's
I'm pretty
main
sure
military
this is kind of
targets.
like the Cuban Missile Crisis, but like the
Yes.
opposite. I can
This
see why
is-
China wouldn't like this.
This is great, and I'll tell you why. This
Yeah.
is great deterrence, and deterrence is very key. Deterrence is what keeps the world safe, right?
Yeah.
So I was actually a little bit worried that this would be used as a bargaining chip in some way. The fact that Hegseth actually went to go visit the Philippines and continue support, I was actually over the moon, and over the to see that.
Yeah.
Because if we continue to keep the Philippines safe, we keep Japan safe, we keep Taiwan safe, we keep the whole area safe.
I
We
think
need
this
to
is
deter China, who is patrolling and building artificial military islands all around the South China Sea.
Yeah, look,
This is good.
all jokes aside, this is very important because China's building up that massive military presence in order to attack Taiwan. Something like this would make them think twice before, calling the invasion. Yeah?
Yeah. So this is fantastic.
Agree.
From that perspective, of maybe stopping war.
Yeah.
This is just sad. This is just sad. China lost to Japan again, I believe 6-0. They, despite billions of dollars, despite all the FIFA trying to get better FIFA,
Yeah.
despite
They hire like the best coaches.
the best players, they have one of the worst teams in the entire world of soccer.
Yeah.
Truly one of the worst teams in the world.
I remember when they lost against like a high school football team.
Yeah. I am starting to think that this is one of the greatest analogies of all time for the reality of the Chinese government. I'll tell you why. I'm actually thinking about doing a piece on this.
You should.
And I don't want to spoil it, but I do have a theory, and I think I can prove it. That soccer, the sport of soccer, proves that in reality, China sucks.
Okay.
I'm not talking about like
No, not the
Chinese
people.
or the culture.
No, no.
I'm talking about China as
The
a
Chinese
as a
government.
power.
Yes.
As a government power,
Yes.
sucks. Because it's the first time, and really the only time, that it actually can't prove through its own bullshit figures that it is good or bad. In China, if they release statistics on crime or economics, GDP, population, everything, demographics, right?
Yes.
Employment, unemployment, social welfare benefits. They literally, when you have a government that's 8 out of 100 on the Freedom House ranking, can make anything it wants to, puts it out there, actually deletes all opposition so that everyone only sees its own image of itself, which is an authoritarian government, right? When you have a soccer game, you can throw all your corrupt money. You can have every political leader make a visit. You can do everything possible to try to cook those books, to try to massage the numbers, to try to make it the world's elite soccer team. But the proof is in the pudding.
Sure.
You suck.
Yeah.
And you keep losing over and over again. It's devastating to Chinese fans because they're supposed to be the most powerful country in the world that is the best at everything, when the reality is you lose 6-0.
Every
And I
time.
think that's an analogy for so much in China.
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, for sure. And I don't think they've ever won.
No.
It's unfortunate, and it's a strange thing because when you get the individual sports in the Olympics like diving and whatnot, they excel, do very well.
What
but
does that tell you?
China's never good at playing in a team. It's not good at teamwork.
Because they're trying to put their finger. They're trying to control something.
Yes.
Anything the Chinese government controls kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Despite what people say.
Yeah.
I read this economist the other day. It says everything China touches always works out.
Wait,
The
what?
Chinese government.
Oh,
Right?
really?
Whenever they get involved, it works out. It's like bro, you're high. Look at the buildings. Look at the infrastructure projects.
Yep.
Look at the economy. Look at the unemployment. It sucks.
It does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
You serious?
Can you explain this?
I can if you pause it. So these old ladies are getting shooketh. They are shooketh.
Shaken.
You know why?
Yeah.
Well, it's because I actually went on one of these machines when I
Yes.
filmed my dog meat documentary.
Okay, I'll go back to that. Let me just play it so people can see it again because it's kind of bizarre.
These shaking women are getting their backs straightened. They're getting kinks out of their back. Now, this doesn't do anything, by the way. It's just wildly uncomfortable.
Okay.
But yeah, this is something you will see around China.
Probably gets your circulation going, your heart rate up, you know, because you're like, what's going on?
Just walk. just take a freaking walk.
I guess so.
Give a thumbs up if you would not do this.
Okay.
And if you would too.
All right.
Crazy.
This is almost related to the main topic of the buildings and stuff because I'd like everybody to take a look at what's going on here. Here you've got a street. Okay, obviously this is a security camera. You've got all the tiles on the road. Okay, this is a typical, urban setting where you walk down the street. You know, you'll go buy something from that shop. But then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, something's gonna happen. If I press play.
Look at the guy in that shot. That happened real quick.
Yeah.
It's crazy how it bursts out from under the road.
Yeah, in the beginning you can see the tiles lift up and everything.
Yeah. That's nuts. I mean, this is actually something you'll see a lot in China. And that's because I noticed this especially when I was up north in a very dry area. I lived next to Gobi Desert, right? Yeah. And when it would rain, this kind of stuff would happen and it would cause pure chaos. There's no drainage in China.
Yeah.
The drainage sucks. And in fact, a lot of the storm drains are actually just don't need them. Yeah. They're just grass.
Yeah, it's bad. Also, don't forget the infrastructure's not very good. So
That's
like
bad.
the pipes underneath that are supposed to be there for drainage, they're often blocked or they don't exist or they weren't installed correctly or whatever. Things like this happen.
You should invest in China. Invest in China and let them make your infrastructure projects in your country. Do it.
This is a little bit, honestly, okay, this is quite serious because we all remember that terrible flood that killed everybody in the subway station. You know? We're talking about like these flashy cities that people go to on TikTok and whatever, and they're like, "Whoa, look at the lights! Look at this nice new street or whatever."
Yeah, in Chongqing or whatever.
Yeah. And then
They fall.
yeah, you get into the subway and you're like, "Whoa, such a clean subway!" And then if the rain comes, everyone drowns to death, and then it gets covered up.
Yeah.
And they ship the actual train carts out with blacked out windows so nobody could see the bodies inside.
Yeah.
It's bad, right?
Yeah.
You can shine something up and make it look fancy, but safety is unfortunately not priority.
Safety not guaranteed, dude.
Yeah.
沈阳的已经到腰了，过腰了。往那边去，外边看到没？外边水更高，沈阳外边水更高。
What's happening here?
This is important. You didn't pause it. You didn't pause it, bro. You didn't pause it.
I didn't.
baby?
What are you doing?
Not much. What about you?
Huh?
Not much.
pause it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You didn't
Just
spoil
in
it
just
yet.
in time. Okay, so I'll go back a little bit. Well, I'll go back a little bit. What will he do? Okay.
You're really trying to spoil this.
I'm trying to spoil it, but I won't.
Spoiler McGee
Okay,
over here.
we want you in the comments section to tell us what you think this old man's about to
Yeah,
do.
and I'll read some.
Okay. What do you think he's going to do? Like in this scene, you've got a nice flashy new motorcycle there on the street, and this old man walks up to the motorcycle. What do you think he's
It might not be what you think.
Yes.
I'm not just saying that to devil's advocate. It's actually probably not what you
Yeah, like you could see, well, get us out of there. What will he do? Okay, can you read
all
something?
that trash everywhere.
Mhm.
I just want to say, Adam Kahn, thank you very much. Koala1203 says, setting up the Yumcha segments is brought to you by South Africa's most famous Oma Rusks.
Yes, Omar Rusk's excellent.
And Augusto says, guys, I made a short. It's in the Discord server.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what are people saying about?
I'm waiting for it to populate.
Oh,
We're
it's
way
not
delayed. Dude.
Okay, yeah, we were delayed. Yeah, sorry. What is he
Steal
gonna
it.
do?
Steal
Okay.
gas. Push it. Pee on it. Steal from the trunk. There's no trunk on a motorcycle.
Yeah,
guys.
what kind of motorcycle
Wash
do you
it.
have? Wash. Okay,
Molested.
let's find out, shall we?
Hump the bike.
Okay, let's see. So he walks up. I'm gonna have to get us out of this for this. Okay.
Give a thumbs up if he's gonna hump the bike.
Sure. Here he goes. All right. What's he gonna do? He like feels around. He's like, All right. He grabs the stand.
That is really the opposite of pick up the bike.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but as a motorcycle rider and owner, this makes me cringe and makes me angry.
Very mad. I can feel my blood pressure rise.
Because this kind of this is a new motorcycle, and in China to get this kind of motorcycle is very expensive. Okay, so
this is $5,000.
Yes, in China, and that's
in
China,
that's crazy expensive.
Exactly, since you can buy a $200 bike.
Yeah, you can.
Yes. Yeah. So anyway, that's a special stand for motorcycles that don't have kickstands. Okay, so it's like whoever owns this motorcycle cares a lot about it. Let's see what happens. So he dropped the bike, right? And then he's like, oops. Now he's going to go, what's he doing? He's just picking up some garbage, And then he's like, oh, yeah.
Might as well take the... Do you know why he did that, guys?
That's what he wanted.
Yes. Yes.
He wanted the aluminium that's in the bike stand. So he literally caused this nice brand new motorcycle to fall over, dent the tank, twist the handlebars, do all these terrible things, break the levers, everything, smash a mirror, so that he could take the aluminium stand so he could recycle it for like 50 cents.
Somebody said it's okay, it's just a CF Moto, guys.
It's not, it's a Benelli, dude.
But close enough.
Yeah, close enough.
Totally. Hey, I'm not actually. You're right. It's the same freaking.
No, it's not. I mean,
it
it's
is.
$5,000 is $5,000.
So is the CF Moto. I'm saying they're the same quality as my point. They're both Chinese bikes, fully Chinese.
Now it is. Yeah, like they bought them and then changed them. But anyway, can you imagine? You're proud of your motorcycle. You park it on the street, and some old piece of crap guy comes and ruins your motorcycle so he can steal the stand holding it up.
My favorite thing is he went to get the recyclable bottle.
Yes.
Before he's like, you know what? I will take that stand.
He was probably
take a stand.
He was probably like waiting to see if someone came out from the noise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Ballard report.
Ballard.
I'm back. And you out today? I don't know yet. Probably, maybe, but I'm not sure. Whew. Man, I'm tired. Chippy, chippy, chippa, chappa, doo. Boom, 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 boom. Chippy, chippy, chappa, chappa, doobie, doobie, la, la, la. Mojito, honey, honey, boom, boom. I turn to you. I don't believe it's even in your mind at all. It should be me. It should be me. It could be me. It could be me. Buttercup baby, just to let me down, pass me around, and the worst of all. You never call baby when you say. Hey Maximus, it's Arcane Lineage. It's my title basically. Title of the stream. You know that I have from the start. So build me up, Buttercup, don't break my heart. Hey, hey, hey. Try to find a little time. And I'll make it. Ooh. Buttercup baby, just to let me down. Pass me around, and the worst of all. You never call baby when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you. So build me up, Buttercup, don't break my heart. Hey, hey, hey. Do you build me up, Buttercup baby, just to let me down? And ask me around in the worst of all. You never call baby when you say you will. But I love you still, I need you. More than anyone, darling. You know that I have from the start. Burn, 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 burn. I popped it, okay. Aye. And nobody knows but me. She talks kinda lazy and people say she's crazy and her life's a mystery. Tomorrow's never goes and nobody. She's really got a magical spell, but I can't get away. I'm a lucky fella, and I just gotta tell her that I love her endlessly. And nobody knows like me. It's a feeling that's fine, and I just gotta say, hey, she's really got a magical spell, and it's working so well that I can't get away. I'm a lucky fella, and I just gotta tell her that I love her endlessly. If you'd met her, you'd never forget her.
Arr!
If you'd met her, you'd never forget her. Ba-dum, 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 dum, dum, ba-dum, dum. Heaven is closer now today. The sun. They echo as I feel. Feels like heaven. Feels like heaven. Feels like heaven. Feels like heaven. Heaven is closer. Feels like heaven. Feels like heaven. Heaven is closer. Oj, oj. Love you like I do. Dun, 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 dun. Don't know why I love you. Don't know why I care. I just want your love to share. Wap, a wap, a wap, a wap, wap, wap. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. That we will have to part. Each night I ask for stars above.
Why must I be a teenager in love?
One day I feel so happy, next day I feel so sad. I guess I'll learn to take the good with the bad. And each night I ask, why must I be a teenager I'll be your only one if you should say we're through. Well, if you want to make me cry, that won't be so hard to do. If you should say goodbye, I'll still go on loving you. Each night I ask the stars up above, why must I be a teenager in love? I cried a tear for nobody but you. I'll be a lonely one if you should say we're through. Well, if you want to make me cry, that won't be so hard to do. And if you should say goodbye, I'll still go on loving you. Each night I ask the stars up above, why must I be a teenager in love? Why must I be a teenager in love? Why must I be a teenager in love? In love. Earth angel, will you be mine, my darling dear? Love you all the time. I'm such a fool. I fall in love with you. Wow. Earth angel, love you forever and evermore. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your love, loveliness. I hope and I pray that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Earth angel, earth angel. My darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. My darling dear, love you all the time. Just a fool in love with you. Earth angel, earth angel, please be mine. Hey baby, it's with me so. Hold me tight, don't you let me go. The last dance. Hey baby, it's the night. Gotta know that this is the night. So now that this is the night of the last dance. Row, 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 row. Every night I'm hoping and praying a dream lover will come my way. A golden hold in my arms. Open charms, 'cause I want a girl to call. my own. I wanna dream lover, so I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover, where are you? Real love, oh so true. Hand to hand that I can hold. Feel you near as I grow old. 'Cause I want a girl to call my own. I wanna. Oh, I hope she'll hear my plea. She'll bring her love to me. Dream lover, until then I'll go to sleep and dream again. That's the only thing to do till all my lovers' dreams come true. 'Cause I want a girl to call. So I don't have to dream alone. Dream lover, until then I'll go to sleep and dream again. That's the only thing to do till all my lovers' dreams come true. Call my own. I wanna dream lover, so I don't have to dream alone. Please don't make me dream alone. I beg you, don't make me dream alone. As I walk alone, I wonder what went wrong with our love, a love that was so strong. And as I still walk on, I think of the things we've done together while our hearts were young. I'm a walking in the rain, tears are falling and I feel a pain. Wishing you were here by me to end this misery. And I wonder, why she ran away, and I wonder where she will stay. My little runaway, run away. I'm a walking in the rain, tears are falling and I feel the pain. I'm wishing you were here by me. My little runaway.
San Jose, California.
这个上的是宣言，这这个上的是世界。
风不懂得谁的心弦，留恋却来不及告别。如果结局尽是惨烈，无惧在逆风中破茧。就算那羽翼被撕裂，重回的是就算深夜。牵你手，往前走，黑夜白昼不停留。辗转时空会挫伤。
为谁逃？黑夜帮着我起枪了，这场仗，
留恋却来不及告别。如果结局精神惨烈，无惧在逆风中破茧。就算那羽翼被撕裂，重回的是就算深夜。
往前走，黑夜白昼。
辗转时空会挫伤，会心痛，依然分忧。
起枪了。Whoa, whoa. Uh-oh, nothing died. But the truth of the matter is, I never let you go. Let you go. Down just like Holy Mary, Mariana Cross. Just another Bloody Mary. And the truth of the matter is, I never let you go. Let you go. Mariana Cross. Run away with me. I will take all tomorrow. Me now, and I won't ask again. Will you still love me tomorrow? And I won't ask again.